Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. To my right hand here, Messenger of Covenant, break up 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, time of unprecedented trouble, time of intense darkness. The fool on Sunday in the NOI broadcast announced triple darkness, real serious darkness. But he's going. Then where's the light then? I mean, where's the light? And after I said FARRAKHAN was the light, should be in darkness then, right? See, but he's told to shut up. So he's the light, and it's told darkness, and he won't turn it off. What good is that? As Elijah Muhammad said, brother and sister, the truth is made so clear, and the fool will not err. So I'm going to talk to you about a few things like that. See, deception is going on. It says God and Magog will go out to see the whole world. And part of deception is identification of who Gog and Magog is. They're telling you the whole story. The whole story in chapter 20 is in the future. No. It's in the past. The world's deceived, isn't it? See, the whole world. What's the nature of deception? What's awesome? Who is deception aimed at? You, brothers and sisters. Because it's time for your resurrection. It said dragon still divided a child as soon as it's born. So when nature be born in a day, it's going to happen quickly. Who heard such a thing? That's what's going to happen, brothers and sisters. Right now, you got everyone's, when I mean everyone is trying to prevent that. Because you understand the dragon represents all of them. So you got to understand, that's the angel key, brothers and sisters. Those that have ideas of angel key can appreciate that. When they talk about dragon, in that sense, that's all the nations. All of them. Dragon tail, who's the dragon tail? Who's the dragon head? Who's the dragon horns? See, who's the dragon mouth? But we have several categories. See, we got demons. I'm gonna speak on. They're almost like our worst enemy at this point because deception. Remember, all it's about deception. Right? And it's easy to identify them. And that's why I want to really focus on, brothers and sisters, that the nature of the deception. And some of you want to be deceived. It's sad, but it's true. Because enlightenment comes with responsibility. And you don't want any responsibility. See? Because it means you have to make moves that you don't want to make. It's like, well, I don't want to use it. I ain't going to say it that way. Say for instance, here you are, and you got all these friends, right? Family and everything else, right? But now I'm gonna go in that direction. Let me think of something else, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna go in that direction. Hmm. Okay, put it this way. Say you amongst white folks, right? And you find out that you're not white. Your father is black and is passing. Mhm. So you're dealing with these white folks now. You don't want knowledge, do you? But if you get knowledge, that means comes repercussions, responsibility. Because them says, hey, I'm really a black person. Okay, you might lose all your friends. You may ostracize. See? You have to go through the same experience black folks go through. You don't want to do that. So they say, hey man, I'm gonna go on the program. I'm gonna stay incognito. I'm not gonna let anybody know anything. See, because you reject knowledge. Because knowledge brings about responsibility. So now you got to stand up there, and then you got to endure what it takes to be black. And that's the state our people in. A lot of people like that because they won't make a move because they accept the truth will cause loss of friendships, loss of family, maybe, maybe loss of a job, ostracized, so forth, so on. But you just blend in so well. So you got you blending so well. Because right now, and I heard someone say this, and it's true. Because you taking you blend in, but you're not really blending because we got beat into this condition. We got beat into this condition. Beat, literally beat, whipped, beat, um, branded, terrorized, 40 years in this condition. Don't know our names, our culture, our religion, nothing. Know who we are? Nothing. That didn't happen. We didn't just give that up. We didn't give it up. It was beat into us. Beat into us. Rape, murder, terrorized, was beat into us. So that means we're forced to act like take a train a tiger. Well, you're forcing that tiger. You can't train that tiger by getting him nice food. No, you gotta use force to train get that tiger to submit. But once that tiger gets a hold of itself, you better watch out because he's gonna go tear your butt up. Because he's acting all himself, and that's against his nature. He's not happy act like that. His nature's telling him, man, I need to get out here. I need to do some things. They eat these people that's doing this stuff to me. You see, if he can act that, he go, oh, he could, what they do, electrocute him and all that kind of stuff they do. Use force. And so, if you step up and try to reclaim who you are, you're going to be in trouble. Lose your job, lose your friends. You're going to stand out. So forth, so on. So I don't want that, man. Those are the pressures our people are on. And what you don't understand is that we got a high level. You paid the price. See, you already paid the price for a ticket to home. Right? You paid the price already. Now you gotta go pick up a ticket. You said, man, if I go pick up a ticket, they're gonna see who I am, man. I ain't gonna pick that ticket up. That ticket, they're gonna know who I am, man. I'm gonna lose my friends, everything else. You already paid the price, free price. Free gift. It's not really a gift because you paid for it. But I can't get this point over. Well, it says many be called, but few be chosen. We want a high level. You got to only want. You got to fight for it. You can't just want it. You got to act on it. We're going to build a perfect kingdom. Because it says, when day at war come, my people be willing. We have to be willing, not the ones that says all cowards and fearful will be thrown in the lake of fire. Okay? All this about, and that's part of the reason why we was brought over here. I mean, they could have trapped us into Europe over here. Because only way you have to overcome this the gravitational vortex of this, you got to get home. And it's intense. Oh, they got everything for you over here. You know, all these things. You know, I must talk a few things, bro. Says, but I know you're not. It's not making sense to you. They said, oh, they got nuclear weapons. Wait a minute. If you understand anything about mass from height, if you believe anything, he could have stopped them from having nuclear weapons if he was afraid of them. If there was a danger to him, because where to get nuclear weapons anyway? Read the lessons. Elijah Muhammad said they got most of this information from the lessons. He said they had a truckload. They took a truckload of lessons that Master Muhammad left him. They took him and they studied him and they arrested him and interviewed him and asked him all kinds of questions about it. And one of the lessons, I'm paraphrasing, says a scientist cracked an atom into, what, 1 million parts, 10 million parts, something like that there. I'm paraphrasing, but you understand. So he cracked the atom. So how much does a cracked atom weigh? Now see, those clowns are afraid. They have no idea what that means. They don't believe it anyway. See, they don't know any science. They try to wax science. They don't know what they're talking about. But if you understand anything about physics, weight and force is similar, the same thing. It's like calling God in Spanish and call it in English, right? I mean, Spanish, Domingo, it's the same thing. It's just a different name. Same exact same thing. So when you're talking about in terms of gravity, you call force weight. It's the force. That's how much force you putting on the floor. Same thing. So if you change that letter, say how much force does a cracked atom weigh, instead of saying how much force does a cracked atom have, instead of how much does it weigh, you got a nuclear explosion. At a time when they had no idea about atoms, about cracked atoms. They didn't know anything about stuff like that. It wasn't even in the mindset. If you go out and look at old Flash Gordon movies, stuff like that there was, these are outer space, all kind of stuff. Not even a hint. They wouldn't even work on any kind of stuff like that. They started doing that until the late 30s. After Master Muhammad revealed those lessons. Then there was no, you can't find anything in literature about anybody cracking or splitting atom bombs or anything. So he put that information out there. So he could have stopped making time bombs if there was something he had to deal with. He could have stopped him doing it. He could have stopped him cold back then if he wanted to. But see, one of the reasons why they have time bombs to make them feel confident. See, in their mind, they're confident. Man, we got time bombs. We ain't gonna worry about nothing. Man said they gonna make war with God. How they gonna make war with God if he's a spirit of spook? See, they're confident. And that makes some of you confident too, because ain't nobody can mess with America. So now you come out. See? Because before that, right, people who they would hide their little gender stuff and all that kind of stuff. Everybody's coming out with it now because they feel safe, secure. Nobody can mess with America. So now everybody's coming out. See? And so America's, see, when you think you're powerful, the most wicked people are powerful people. Why? Because they feel like nobody can do it. So you want to make somebody, you want to find who somebody is, make them rich, make them powerful. Then you find who they really are. See, because if you're poor, then you're going to go along the program. You don't want, but if you're poor, rich and powerful, man. And so America, that's where all this stuff coming out. That was really all the time. That was being hidden. But now, hey, man, we ain't got about God. We ain't got about nobody, man. We powerful. We protected. About 2 oceans, and we got nuclear weapons, so everybody's free to come out with their bullshit. That's part of the reason why I allow them to have it. So they could be full exposure. I'm not going to deal too much with that, bro, sis, but the point is, all these things was calculated. And so, It's like a magnetic attraction. You know, you see how powerful you are. You turn the magnet on, you turn the magnet to a certain intensity, right? And anything less than a certain, you have to have a certain strength, you're attracted. So let me put it the simplest way, brother and sister. The point is, this is design, except like here. Because the only ones we want is the ones that can escape, that's powerful enough to escape all of this. Because if they power escape, they won't have no problem when we get home. We'll have no problems with them when we get home. No problems whatsoever. Right? Because they was able to overcome the worst evil, worst wickedness ever. Overcome it. So when we get home, we have to worry about them. Let me play a couple of things, bro, since then we move on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagger as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Can't get sicker than that. Anybody sicker than that, brothers and sisters. Sick. I like Muhammad's teaching, not spirit, substance, nothing. But it says, those who love this world's life, there's no portion for them hereafter. Let me rephrase it. Those who caught in the attraction of this world, this reality, can't escape it. No portion for them hereafter. They couldn't escape this. And they got every kind of thing here. They got all kinds of distractions, attractions, right? Got video games, movies, TV, series, naked women. They walk around the street naked. Oh, they're naked. Okay, how you call it? They walk around in their panties. Just look at them. Walk around in their panties. You don't even go to the beach, man, because it's less than that. Little string up there behind. Everything is showing out. Little string. I'm just, when it gets to the point where don't even bother put anything on, just put a spray paint on. I shouldn't say they probably ain't fall off. All this is aimed at you. Mostly, mentally, mostly emotionally. But if you escape the emotional, they got the mental for you. Keep you down in the emotional plane. Because if you start rising, if you start growing mentally, start moving up out of the two-dimensional plane. They want to keep you down there in the emotional plane. Start thinking, you start moving out of the emotional plane. So reality is in the emotional plane. So let's talk about a couple things. See, talking people willing to be deceived. Okay. And deceivers, they're really not that good at it. But they rely on your ignorance, your stupidity, and your willingness to be deceived. Because just think about the jinn, for instance. Who's the jinn? Now, when they go in there talking about Iblis, Iblis is a jinn. They tell you later on in the Quran, this is jinn. These are the jinn. Now, when you look at Iblis, you look at Adam, look at the story of Adam. Well, okay. Now, if you look at it, if you take the story of Adam and put it in reality, make it, right, consistent with reality, because it says, I'll make a new rule in the earth. Right? A ruler in the earth. Just look at the simplicity of it. So who's ruling the earth? The Europeans are ruling the earth. So that right there, that limits everybody else because they're the ones ruling the planet. They're the ones ruling the planet. So Adam must be in that category. Right? But then you go into chapter 20, it says, there'll be two world empires, Gog and Magog. You go out and see the whole world. So then you narrow it down to just two. So what two European, could it be two European, it's all kind of, it'd be two European powers. Remember, it's locked into being European, so now you got two of them, Gog and Magog, America and Britain. One came out the other, that's why I say Gog and Magog. Say Gog came out of Magog's mother, Gog, so that's why I say it. So if you the whole thing is plain, it's clear. That's Europeans, Adam is Europeans. And they're led by Gog and Magog, America and Britain. They're the only two European world powers, the only world powers you know about. Right, you got it right there. But if you say it that way, you see, expose them. So they tell you, oh, Adam's all mankind. And that doesn't make any sense. Because all mankind is not ruling the planet. So if you just go with the logical thing, say, okay, it's good. Who's ruling the planet? You just go logical. All this, see what comes out. And so that means the jinn would be someone who resists this. That's fighting against it. Because the angels submitted. But this would be someone that's fighting against it. So if you look at this reality, the only nation that constantly fight it in every respect are the Sunni Arabs. We're no parts of it. Don't want their religion, don't want their government, don't want their economic, none of it, zero. If they take Allah, but then they come and tell you something to make their sense, it's the whole all human race. How does that fit? That doesn't give you any information. Because first of all, everybody's not ruling the planet, only they're ruling the planet. So if you lock it down there, boom, see what comes out. Then you know who the jinn is, you know who Adam is, you know who we are. We're the angels. Because we're in submission, total submission to them. That comes out very simple if you just say Adam represents the European powers. Or in other words, say Arab, just go from the fact that it tells you Adam represents whoever is ruling the planet. And then see what falls out of that. So that's why they can't tell you that. Even they figure, man, we can't say it. We say it. That means if you follow the steps, that means they're the jinn. And they're not representing Allah. They're cursed by Allah. See, they ain't so even if they came, man, we can't say that because look, they think it's true. That means we're not representing the law. We're thieves. We're over here. We got this land, but how do we get it? It's not even ours. See that? See, all this stuff comes out of there. Let's look at another one. Satan, for instance. Now it says Satan is a god of this world. Okay. Satan is a god of this world. What does that mean? That's what it says. He's in one control. So you go look up Satan, what Satan has to say about it. He says he had control of, I'm going to print it. I mean, I have it in here. I'm going to show it to you in a while. He's had control of all the nations. All of them. Except Jesus himself, the Christ. We're going to get in that one in a minute too. All. That means all these people are worshiping Satan. Because they say, okay, wow, that's the God they worship. That's why the world is so messed up. Why it's so wicked and evil. Because Satan's ruling, and when they come out, right, God bless America, to my Satan. Because then you say, what's the works of Satan? You see your ass up. That's the works you see America doing. Because say, what's America's, and Christianity, that must be Satan's religion. Because what have the Christians done? What's the history? Murder, rape, theft, terrorism, you name it. That's the works of the Christians. That means they're really worshiping Satan. It says Satan will appear as an angel of light. But you have to go by his works, not by his appearance. So they got this picture, this Caucasian Jesus up there, right? But they don't show you the blood dripping from his arms and legs, coming out of his mouth. Rape, murder, terrorists terrorizing us for years in the name of Jesus. See? Because he said, he got all the nations. He told Jesus, can you come along and then I have you too? I got all of them. He said, he said some, all of them. So he said, well, yeah, but man, we can't have America. What's America's works? America's got the worst of all of them. It's got the worst rap sheet of all of them. And then they talk about false Israel, they following Dad's footsteps. But see, we got to just read that. Read what it says. Take it face value. Face value. So they can't, oh no, we're Christians. And Satan is bad. See, they got, yeah, but he's God's world. He's the one you're serving. If he's God's world, that's the one you're serving. And this world is serving, right? Because America got the worst rap sheet and they're around trying to dictate to everybody what to do in everybody's business. You need to do it this way, that way, whatever. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Then you got the demons. See, they have the money that works on that too. Because you got different categories of people, right? They call them races. Caucasian, original, Indian, whatever, right? But we know the biological process, the reproductive process, is based on a sperm to an egg. Sperm is alive, egg is not, right? And then the egg provides the material for the sperm to grow, and so forth, so on. So we know the sperm is who you are. That was you. That's how you started out, a sperm. And nothing in that egg can change the nature of that sperm. It can make it weaker, stronger, but it can't change its nature. You can put I don't care what kind of land you put an orange seed in. You gonna come with an orange tree, maybe a good orange tree, bad one, weak one, a tall one, but it's still gonna be an orange. But they blur that because if that's the case, then you are what your father is. They want to blur it. Oh, one drop of black blood make you black. No, that's a bullshit. See? Because they're trying to hide the nature of demons. Because demons, right, are a primary enemy to original people. Okay, put it this way. They give us another way. Say, sheep, wolves, and lamb clothing. See, they keep telling. So they call it different kinds of ways to try to get you, depending on how you think it. Chaff and the wheat. What? The chaff and the wheat. Chaff looks like the wheat, but it's chaff. But it just looks like the wheat. Right? And so it looks so much like that. Elijah was told, no, you can't distinguish them. You have to go teach the both of them. And the Mr. Covenant will come and separate them. You know how to do it. So if you understand that, if you understand biology, then you know. If you understand what a devil is, right? So if you got devils and saints, the devils would do things against the saints. Remember, the saints are submission. You're told to submit, they submit. They submit to them. So you're in submission, right? And devils is the ones, remember, that's Adam. They're in control. Because it said Adam would make Mishra shed blood, but that's devilishment. They're devils. So if the devils, we in subjection them, and devils planted our seed, because it said, while you were asleep, someone sowed the chaff amongst the wheat. Pregnant out women. So therefore, what would you have? You have a devil in blackface. That's what a demon is, half devil, half man. Now, you never hear FARRAKHAN talking about demons. You hear none of these other clowns that talk about demons. Why? Because they never talk about that category either, category of people. Because they never was raped incessantly. But they don't talk about that. They say, oh, I'm drop blood. If you black, no. That's not what it says. But they can't tell you, come and talk to you on the biological, the mathematical side, because they're not who they are. That means FARRAKHAN's the devil. He's part of the persecution of us. That's their nature to persecute us. So things like that. It was these, but they have to. Or one drop black blood. That's total untruth. It's like Adam being the whole humanity. That's totally untrue. It's right on the face of it. Just look at it. Okay, look at the biology. I say, oh no, whoever you see it is, that's biological fact. But see, you want to be you want to accept that, because if you realize that, then you have to say, oh wait a minute, well, you got to check FARRAKHAN. Oh, now you're gonna lose a lot of friends and stuff, because all your buddies and everything, you with FARRAKHAN, see, and and you got to speak out. So you can accept the biological fact that and you can easily Google it, show your father's the devil. But no, because you struck down and scrapped this vortex. Like the jinn, you can't come in, oh, well, no, I can't be, gotta be humanity. And that's absolutely wrong. Talking about one drop black will make you black, it might make you black, it doesn't make you original. Absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Okay. Let me tell you a quick story here, brothers and sisters. Move right on. I try to make things simple as possible. So you bring things down to earth. Okay. Let's say that There was a place called America and all that stuff. It called Asia, East Asia, West Asia, North, whatever. We'll go a little deeper in that. See? Okay. Arabia, what you call Arabia, in Africa, they're one continent. There's no water separated between them. It's a little peninsula there. That's what you call it, right? Where it's called, Palestine, everything is. But it's one continent. One continent. And what they call the south part, Africa, it was named, they don't even call it that themselves, because there was this Roman general called Africanus. It said Adam right, would name all the animals. That's what it's talking about. All China, Nigeria, all these China, India places. Those are not names they call them people themselves. It's names, English names. That's another story. Okay. I'm gonna give you the short version. Okay. See, this is how things get twisted. Heaven, we're talking about heaven. So if you're on the angel key, it says right there, angel key, but I know nobody never pay attention to it. I don't think, I bet you, I guarantee nobody knows it. It actually says it there. Heaven was what they call Arabia. That was the throne center. They had mid-heaven, was between the heavens and between heavens and earth. And surrounding areas, like Iran, and what you call Africa, Ethiopia, Morocco, or India. Now, that was called heaven, mid-heaven, and then the earth. Then you had God and goddesses, gods, right, and angels. Well, gods lived in Arabia. That's the crown, that's the center, the throne. The angels lived all around. When they devils at the time, angels lived all around. That's why you see the people in Somalia and people in Ethiopia, they look almost identical to people in India. Same hair texture, they're dark. I talk about these light-skinned Indians that got mixed up with devils, right? But they all look about the same. See? Now you have the dominant and recessive genes, if you understand that, right? Okay. So black is dominant. So they were all dominant. Only thing is when you get to hair, textures also falls in. So woolly hair is dominant. That's the highest gene there is. And straight hair, right, is recessive. It's a weaker gene. Okay? So the people that live in Arabia, the gods, that's what tribe Shabazz lived at. They had the woolly hair. That was the supreme hair, because it's like a crown. We're like a crown. That's why it says at the gym, right? I've been seeing it for years, right? I never say anything to her, right? So she climbed up on this thing. I knew she was gonna fall. I went and got a little stool and put it under her. And, oh man, now every time I say, "How you doing?" I think she's been coming about 5 years, right? I ain't never said a word to her, mumble nothing, zero. Now, I should never said nothing. How you doing? She speaks to me, come over there. I'm a hermit, right? The other thing is, I go to the gym, you start talking after a while, man, you spend all everything you do to work in your mouth. But anyway, she wear her like, boy, it's beautiful. I told her yesterday, I was leaving that gym, I said, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Love that hair." It's just a compliment, right? Because she wears it, right? Proudly. This is Creighton and everything else, right? But see, because somebody said that was a curse. That's not a curse. So he said, "Well, Dr. Shabazz, no, you didn't get the whole story." See? Let's make man a likeness, not image. So we was forced out of Arabia, right, by our brothers. Because it was all family, but that was the God class. The two classes, the God class and angel class. Right? They was all angels, Somalian, Ethiopians, and so angels, whatever, all surrounding. So it's a long story. We ended up getting forced back, and that's what we got mixed in with African brothers, right? They was angels. And that's how some of them came, some of them, because if you go to Africa right now, mostly on the see, I gotta get it right. The East Coast, the Northeast Coast, West Coast, where Mali is and Ethiopia, all over that place, they didn't take slaves from there, so to speak, because most of those people got straight hair. Well, thick hair, but it's not woolly. Most people got the woolly hair is on the West Coast, Northwest, where they got it from. And so over time, right, they mixed in. So some of Esau came in with us, some of the tribes called Levites, right? And so, because that intermingling, some became part of our tribe, right? And so they so they can have the same experience we have. And so since they go through the same thing we go through, they get the same reward, right? But they're not. That's why they still don't have, they still have the strongest Jesus we do. That's why it's still called silver. So I thought I pointed out to you. See, because now they tell you, well, God's out, heaven's way out beyond here. No, it was the gods and goddesses. They had the woolly hair, they had the supreme genes, and the angels, they was black and dark hair and dark eyes, this and that, they were just, so who were lower? Silver. And then, of course, mixing was forced into what they call Africa. So now we had something mixed in with us. So we came over here, it was Levites and Shabazz mixed in together. Okay? Now, if you look at it from that point of view, see how clears your head up? Because right now, you're thinking there's something way out of some small. That's how you distort everything. Now, these folks used to think the world was flat. And I tell you where it's out. No. Heaven is the Middle East. It shows you right there in Angel Key. It's right there. What broke out in heaven? See? And so now, because they had these things like that, right? See, one of the reasons why I keep telling you, this stuff wasn't just thrown away helter skelter. One of the reasons why it's understood like that in the Sealed Bible, that imposed fear. Because fear is one of the weapons by which they kept us under control. Because afraid to die. Say, well, no, think about that for a minute. See, what you don't understand is that no nation on this planet was afraid of death before the devils came. You see, the Japanese, they was the kamikaze. They didn't care. They thought it was a big thing, man. When they handled missiles, they would knock out those things. They go around here. They say, okay, they had a family coming out, had a big celebration, right? Tell me, I'm out of here. They ain't they was going to heaven anywhere. And they put on their death robes, whatever. They go in, boom. They knew they weren't coming back. They had no fear at all. None. And then you got what you call Harry Carey. If you fell in dishonor somehow, you have a whole meeting around, everybody come around like a bachelor's party or something, right? Come around, you talk about it, everything else. You sit there, everybody sitting around, drinking their tea and everything. You sit in the middle. Then you take your little knife, grab it up, and you cut your guts out right in front of them. I was afraid of death. We weren't. No one was afraid of it. And that's a problem for them. I'm gonna tell you why. Now you take the 45 gun. They didn't have a 45 until they went to the Philippines. And the Filipinos, right? They wasn't afraid of death. They was trying to take control of the Filipinos, right? And so with the And Filipinos had no guns, so they come out with the 38s, whatever they had, and they shoot them. And the thing is, when one of them got shot, right? Because they never experienced that kind of stuff when they got shot, they would slow down. It frightened them. Not because not because somebody going in shock. The same thing with in Vietnam, whatever. If you got shot, sometimes you get shot in the finger. But just the idea of being shot, if you really understand, you go into shock and then you die from shock, not from the shot. The actual shot. Shock. SCHOCK. So people kept on coming. The only thing that would slow them down is that they got shot. And then they stopped to check their wound out. Filipinos did. They take a briar patch, whatever, the thorns, and wrap themselves up real tight with it fully. So if they got shot, they wouldn't know it because they held this pain from the thorns. So they keep on fighting. They wouldn't slow down, would stop because they got shot. They wouldn't notice it, right? Because all the other pain from that's what they would do. So that's why they developed the 45. Because the 45 hit you and knock you down. So they know they were shot. That's what it is. It's a true story. You're not afraid of death. But see, going through the Holocaust, and a lot of people did that. A lot of people didn't make it here. Because when they had some idea what was going on, they killed themselves. They would just jump overboard, let the sharks eat them. They weren't afraid of dying. Sister would do it, especially if she would pray the baby. She'd say, I'm not putting my baby in that. And she'd jump over and kill herself and the baby. She had no fear of death, none whatsoever. Not even the quality of it. That what gives me a little bit, right? But the point is, no. So they had to put fear, because if they come up and have treatment, you wouldn't have doing it. You would submit it. You might not have fought back, but you wouldn't have doing it. You would just kill yourself. Go drown yourself or something. Because you wasn't afraid of dying. So they had to put fear in your death in you. So say, man, you going to hell, man, forever and ever and ever. They did the same thing in the Catholic Church too. Okay? Because the devils, sometimes they weren't afraid of death either. This was a Christian thing. You don't find other religion teaching that shit. Christian thing. Because what happened was that the devils in Europe, it was so bad, poverty was so bad, and disease and everything so bad that, because they commit suicide at a heartbeat. Bam. So the Catholic Church came up with this idea is hell, because that stuff ain't in the Bible. You're going to hell. If you commit suicide, you're definitely going to hell then. Anybody goes to quit suicide, let's stop them doing that. That's where it comes from. And so they put it over into you, to keep you out there working the field, so you don't come around, you don't cut your throat, you don't kill yourself, because they need you to work. So you understand all these little nuances. They put fear in you, and that fear still lingers in you today. That fear is coming out of you in a minute, but right now, fear is still in your leg, because the mind you have. That's why I just told you that story right there. In a place after you die, that's where it comes from. That was called heaven. And it says right in the Bible, heaven is one heaven. So you say, well, no, if it's one heaven, how would they know about, how we know about it if there was one heaven? It was way beyond sun, moon, and stars. That's part of getting your mind back. I got a relative, very close relative. She's in a nursing home right now. Right? You're younger than me, scared to death. Scared she's going to die. Go to hell. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Because I know the pain she's in. She's scared to death. She's going to die and go to hell. They put that in us. They put us in it. That's why they dropped that atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's the real reason. Because people weren't afraid of death. They said, well, hell, we got it. And the fact is, go check it out. Even when they dropped one bomb, and people kept fighting. They dropped two, and they still wanted to fight. Joe said, hey, they're going to run out sooner or later. That's what generals told the emperor. The emperor said, no, we got to give up, because if we don't do, man, there won't be no Japan left. And the generals was right. They only had two, but they could have built more later, right? But it said, no, and the emperor told him, because the emperor is God. Remember, in Egypt, they didn't believe no God, but if they died, they believed that hereafter, Maybe because they thought the Pharaoh was God. See, this stuff they taught us, and we now got afraid of. Like I said, my relatives, she's scared to death. They put fear in us like that. And some of us still are. We're afraid. That's why it says they didn't follow Moses because they had fear of Pharaoh. Pharaoh tell, oh, you're going to die, you're going to go to hell if you don't listen to me, and hell forever and ever and ever, and all that kind of stuff. It's all bullshit. Elijah Muhammad took that fear out, and that's why the NOI was feared. Because under his authority, he moved to you ain't going no place after you die. And then I was feared. But now Farrakhan put the fear back in him. She lose things that you don't pay attention to. So now our sisters and everything, they all afraid. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And the Christianity is held. They talk about Islam is spread by a sword. Christianity is spread by fear. It's spread by fear. If you don't do this, you're going to hell never, never, never. Only religion teach that shit. No religion teach that shit but them, and it's not in the Bible anywhere. You're going to hell ever, never, never, ever. I remember I was at gym one day, right? Oh man, oh man, I've been on death row right now. I might just lift my waist. I'm my business. I don't be talking, right? This devil ease up on me. Right? Like I said, at the time I'm on 76 now, right? I was in my 70s when he did this, well, 4 or 5 years ago, I guess, right? So he looks at me, right? Hey man, you could die any minute. Look at what that fuck. I said, if you ain't saved, you could end up in hell. Boy, oh man. He looked, I caught myself because he was about to eat one of that weight I was carrying right through his fucking brain. You see? You understand? Do you understand what he just did? See? He committed homicide on my mind. That's what that's all about. Murder to your mind. Get you under control. Because if you don't believe in his bullshit, you're going to be the worst. Everything happened to you, and then I'm 70-something years old. So you could die any minute. Now, if you got a weak, if you ain't got no spirit, anything, man, you on your, oh man, I ain't thinking about that one. I told a sister, I had a contract up in Indiana. She always criticized. I said, sister, you want to stop that? I said, you telling these children that kind of stuff? Do you know a child, what it does to a child? You tell them, they didn't ask to come here. They're here, their child, you drop that on them and they're going to go to hell forever, ever, rest into their life, forever, no end. I said, I know what it did to me. Because I heard that crap when I was growing up. My mother was a Baptist. She was, she died when she was in her early 20s, right? Maybe late 20s. It was in her 20s. I think, yeah, early 20s. Right? But she was one of those hardcore Baptists, right? My father, even though he was laid back, but and she taking Sunday school. They threw me out of Sunday school. They kept throwing me out because I could ask questions. But that bothered me when he told me, hell no, that bothered me. It scared the hell out of me. And I'm a thinking person, so I said, what I gotta do? I don't want that to happen. I'm gonna be in hell forever without end. That scared the hell out of me. But it's part of the reason why I end up becoming who I am. Because I was so afraid that I spent my whole life trying to figure out what it's all about. Until I found that it was bullshit, but I had to know it, not believe it. Couldn't be, I just think it's wrong. No, I had to find out, prove it's wrong. Not just in my mind, mathematically, prove the whole thing was just wrong. It took me years and years and years till I finally overcame it. But I was paralyzed because of that. I said, you know what you do when you tell a child some crap like that? Oh, we don't tell them that. You're a goddamn liar. You tell children that stuff. And I said, that clown that eased up on me in the gym with that, boy, you better look, I caught myself. Because you was trying to kill me. See, you don't understand it that way. Because if that penetrating you gets you, they got you the rest of your life. And you live the rest of your life in fear. That's what Christianity is all about. Come on, they pray it's not by the sword. You spread it by fear. Because what if a fear, nobody would be in Christianity. If you took the fear element out, it would be over. Nobody would waste time with it. Let me move on, bro. Since I don't know. I'm just trying to get you to understand. They're at war with you. And right now, they've already set the trap to destroy you. And this is all the stuff he's talking about. Trump is doing that. If you look at it, all you got to do is take the dummy out of the picture and put the black person in there, and then you see exactly what's going on. Exactly what's going on. It's all like when you want to test a car, you test with a dummy, see if it works. They're doing a test run to see if our extermination, because that's what Scripture says. They have plans to exterminate us. And so everything's in place right now. And you ain't seeing it. I'm going to play a couple of things and maybe help you out here. But the trap has already been set. It hasn't been sprung yet. They have to get rid of you for a lot of reasons. I'm going to try to talk about some of them today. But the little things like this here is designed to keep you in a certain state of mind where it'll be easy to get rid of you. It's like chickens, right? Like chickens. And chickens will fly away. Why don't they? You have so many drumsticks and chicken wings. If they did, they can fly away. They birds. Somebody got their mind, so you stick here and just fly around the coop, try to get ready to eat your ass. We like chickens. Fly away, but somebody convince us to stay here. Right? Hey, we good food, man. Teach them to stay here, train them to stick here, stay here. But you say, why? They have wings, why can't they fly away? They do fly. They can fly. It's not like ostrich. They can fly. They do fly. But they don't. They stay right here until the wring their neck, and next thing you know, they're on the dinner plate. That's us. That's us. So how did they get like that? But they weren't like that in the wild, or they wouldn't survive. They weren't like that in captivity. They weren't always in captivity. Like dogs. Dogs are always in captivity. If you leave them out in the wild, it's as vicious as wolves. Let's move on and talk about, I'm going to bypass some of these things, brothers and sisters. There are a few things here, brothers and sisters. Well, again, I'll keep pointing this out, brothers and sisters. See, we personify everything. There's no spirits or spooks. They don't come against us. They don't get violent. Right now, it's mental war, and they're losing. So they lose mental war, they become violent, emotional. They don't come with arms. That's why you have arms. You don't have no guns, and that's their stuff, ammunition. You'll be armed by Master Muhammad. Now, whatever you have whatever you need. He'll have it for you. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but you will have it. Tell you, every man will be armed. So yeah, you have your wisdom, but saying makes a lot. Fasting will not stop a bullet. It prevents you from being in line of a bullet. You can do that, but you won't be. But you will be in the midst of it right here in tribulation. Right, you'll be right in the middle of hell. So you will be armed. And you be enthusiastic. Shall be willing on your day of battle. So all that spooky stuff, somebody says, and I said, I listen. I can tell, man, they thought like, man, somehow the Bulls just Detroit when it hits. No, you can believe if you want to. Let me mention this. Just another trick here. See Yeshua. Now that's actually show. I guess in the next page. But see, why they tell you your name Jesus Christ? That's not the name of the Bible. That's not the name of the Bible. It really is not even the name in the Quran. They translated. They translated Jesus, and that's double translation. Because I think in the Quran, Isa ibn Miriam, Isa ibn Yusuf. So double translation, because if you English, you got translation from the Greek, so they know you understand translation. So when you read, if they translate Arabic and English, they do a double translation. See, all the way to the Greek, which is not where it was written. The Bible was not written in Greek. Jesus was never in Greece. He never spoke Greek. The disciples, but he didn't. And the Bible was not written in Greek. But they tell you that Jesus, no. And why do they do that? Because the name is Joshua. That's the name. But when you translate it to Greek, it comes out to Jesus. That's the Jesus equivalent in Greek. So why did they give you the Greek name? Why don't they give you the Arabic name or the Hebrew name or the Aramaic name? Because that's part of deception. Let me go a little further here. Now Messiah is the same thing. Messiah. See, the Greek version of that is Christ, but in Aramaic it's Messiah. See, so I say Jesus the Christ. Well, if you go, all say Jesus Messiah, but they say Jesus Christ. But really, Jesus here supposed to be Joshua the Messiah. That's the real name, Joshua Messiah. If you look in Hebrew or Aramaic, whatever, it'd be Joshua the Messiah. You put it in Greek, it turns into Jesus Christ. They want to use that version. Jehovah's Witnesses do the same thing. They got that name out of the Greek version, which they don't want to use the Arabic version or the Aramaic because they have to say we were Allah's witnesses. That wouldn't work too well with it. You understand what I'm saying? So why do that? Because they tell you the translation, the actual word, Joshua Messiah, then you go look in the Bible for Joshua, because you never connected Joshua as being the Messiah, but that's who it is. Then I want you to have that connection, because then if you have that connection, they say, oh, and where did Joshua come from? Oh, he succeeded Aaron, and where Aaron came from Elijah, Moses. See what I'm saying? And that open your eyes up here. Oh, then you start learning about Elijah and about Exodus, and 40 years here, and then you start thinking, oh, Elijah, and Aaron was no damn good. And then Joshua took you home. He's going to fill a covenant. Then you go back to Malachi and say, okay, after Elijah came to mess with the covenant, and that would be Joshua, not Aaron. Aaron was no damn good. See, all the things open up. That's why they won't tell you that. Because then you start, because this don't fit into, because then Jesus Christ, he's not even in there. Not even in Exodus. Nowhere in there. But if you say Joshua the Messiah, he's right there. And then you see a sequence, and then boom. And then you wonder, well, he's a messenger of covenant. What covenant? Oh, we're going home. See, that destroys FARRAKHAN's whole bullshit, all of it. If you understand that Jesus Christ means Joshua Messiah. Joshua must take us home. They said we're not going anywhere. That's why they do that. Now a little trick. Well, these little tricks add up. Okay, right here. See what? Okay, here. And devil taking him up into the seating. It's really Satan, but they say devil. I didn't check that. It's a bad translation. But anyway, we go with that. Devil taking him up to the seating high mountain. That was Satan, actually. It showed him all the kings of the world, all of them, and the glory of them, and said him, all these things will I give to thee. That means he couldn't give them to them, he didn't own them. As thou fall down and worship me. He has all of them. He's the God of this world. He's all of them. He's the God of it. He says he had all of them, not some of them. All of them except the Sunnis, all except the Hindus, they're all of them. One we didn't have was Jesus. And apparently those with him, but just take the Jesus thing. See what I'm saying? So I tell you, Satan is God as well. That means that's the God they worship. Because they say, oh, we worship. What's your works then? He said, know them by their works, right? What's your works? What's your works, America? Oh, we got the Constitution. What's that? I don't see anything about the Constitution in the Bible. In fact, God says he appointed kings. So in other words, that's not good enough. See? Oh, we don't want kings. They're dictators. You know what they say? See, I'm just pointing out inconsistencies. We don't want kings, they're dictators. Okay? Now the Jesus they represent to you, right? Was really Satan masquerading angel of light, like you said. But Jesus that they present to you. They hate dictators. They want to kill all dictators. They made the country called dictators, right? They hate dictators. Okay? Now, what about Jesus? Jesus, they tell you who's Jesus. They ain't say, ain't the real Jesus. They ain't Joshua. But that's the one they say. He's masquerading. But even so, whatever. Where's he? You don't vote for me, I'm your God. I'm forever. If you don't listen to me, I'll burn your ass up forever and ever and ever. I don't want no back talk or nothing. You listen to exactly what I say 100%, or I burn your ass up in hell. What the fuck is that? Dictator. You see all the bullshit? He ain't coming on love and everything. He said, if you don't obey me, you're going to go to hell forever and ever and ever. I'll beat your ass. I made you, and now you're imperfected, and so I'm going to kick your ass. But hey, didn't you make me? Yeah. Well, I'm your mistake, so I don't give a damn. I'm burning your ass up. What kind of shit is that? Remember they say, Jesus made us. See? So if we had flawed product, or we had freedom of choice, well, your freedom of choice was, you gave us that. That means if you gave us that means that's messed up too, wasn't it? Everything we have, you gave us. You didn't give us everything we have. You gave. We have freedom of choice. Yeah, but you gave us that, right? So that means it was messed up too, wasn't it? So if we flawed, that's our fault. But you made us, and now you're gonna burn us up forever and ever and ever for some fucking mistake you made. I want you to see it like that. But that's where it is. That's where it is. I mean, I was contracting up in Philly, right? And it was a 3-family apartment, I think, right? I was on the second floor, I guess. She was on the first floor. This Christmas on the first floor, right? It was a garage downstairs, right? And she always hit me with Christian stuff. I ain't say nothing. I'm in the garage, she come down here with that bullshit. I ain't say anything. So then one day, you know, I like just sit back and just waiting, you know, like waiting till you fall in my trap, then I spring on you. So one day she come inside, I said, she's telling this crowd, I says, God sees everything. Yeah, he sees everything. He knows everything. Yeah, he knows everything. You know everything before it happened. Yeah, he knows everything before it happened, right? I says, but didn't he make Adam? Yeah, he made Adam. And then she kind of, but she wasn't a stupid sister. I guess she saw where I was going. she kind of slowed down then, right? But did he make? Yeah, he make Adam. Well, did you know what Adam was going to do before he did it? She was about out of there by then. I can see it, boy. You wanted to break out of there. Because I showed the contradiction there. You know, Adam was going to F up before he made him. So you know it wasn't no good for him. He saw what was going to happen. So why you make something that you know going to mess up and then put in hell forever, never, never? What kind of crap is that? See, all this shit falls apart. But they got you, all this, like I said, all those things they throwing at you, keep you distracted. And we don't care. Because if that will hold you down here, then good. Because Allah will lift you up, but you cling to earth. So if you want to hold on, Master Muhammad's going to break that cling. But if you still want to, because he's going to break what you clinging to, this world's dream. If you want that much, you're going to grab some grass, hold on to it, and you hold on to it then. See what I'm saying? These are clear statements. But see, they don't want to hear it. Because except this, that, oh man, Satan is God as well. Oh man, what? I can't, I go to church, man. I got my friends in the church. My husband in the church, my wife. See, because you make changes, and you don't want to make changes. Because you lose friends and everything, because everybody's, but you have people, what's that song? I'm in with the in crowd. Okay, let's talk about a few things, but I was going to close out. See where we at here. Yeah. Okay, I want to get into the plan. Okay, let's.
All right, let's keep your economist hat on. Let's talk tariffs then, in the US in particular. Will President Trump's tariffs make America rich again?
No. And if one looks at all of the claims and all of the statements about rebuilding American manufacturing employment in the U.S. has been flat for a decade, and it's going to go down because of AI, because the factories are becoming robotic, AI-driven factories everywhere in the world. I was just in a cutting-edge factory in China, in the solar sector. It was a massive, massive operation. There were almost no workers in it. It was robots the entire way, and AI systems monitoring the process with a few dozen workers scattered in this massive cavernous factory. So Trump's idea that he's going to solve an employment problem or recreate jobs, the jobs aren't in China. They're nowhere right now. They're robots. And what Trump is doing is disrupting the existing supply chains that exist. America's not going to be a great shipbuilding industry in the future. By the way, America under Trump is committing a kind of suicide in the auto sector because China's already the world leader in electric vehicles for the next decade to come. And Trump says, I have no interest in that sector. Well, that's the future of the automotive.
In just a minute, but one of the last question I want to ask you, do you believe that Netanyahu is planning another attack on Iran?
I think it would.
McGregor says the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, he absolutely is planning another attack on Iran. It will happen. I don't know if it will happen in such a short time frame. Trita Parsi is predicted by the end of August. I think, they do have to consider Iranian deterrence as a factor. So I don't know when it will happen, but certainly we've entered into a cycle, and I don't know how it will be resolved. But just 2 points. Israel's focus right now is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There's a huge war between the military leadership, Eyal Zamir, the chief of staff, and the fanatic messianic fascists in Netanyahu's coalition, like Ben Gvir. The military isn't really that eager about this operation, and they're being pushed. And then point two, Donald Trump's having a lot of trouble with his base. Epstein destroyed his mystique. And so, as I predicted, he's going to try to incite a race war in America. So he's allocating the military to do a show of force against the American public by occupying Washington, D.C. This is much more convenient and fits more within the Stephen Miller brand of politics than a wag the dog style Israeli attack on Iran, where Israel's ultimately going to demand the U.S. come to its rescue. But we will see another round, I'm sure, between Israel and Iran, and Israel will they're ultimately going to ask for U.S. boots on the ground.
Yes, we're in for.
Hey, brothers and sisters, I've been telling you for years. So if they tell you, and you hear it, hear what he said? There's no jobs for you, brothers and sisters. The trap's already set toward they haven't sprung it. What are they going to do with you? See, you want to accept that because it's clear. They're laying on people left and right. The reason why they haven't put it full force, because they got to make sure they got you totally locked in, right in the trap. Can't let you get out of it because you wreak havoc on this country. They don't need you anymore. What are they going to do with you? Like I got Beto O'Rourke, whoever his name is, from Texas, he ran for president. Somebody asked him, what's going to happen, man, with all this AI stuff, all the robots? What's going to happen to the minorities and stuff in this country? Oh, we're going to send them a check. Oh, you believe that they don't have no jobs, all jobs are gone, they're going to send you a check so you can send back now and have a check to pay your rent, food and everything else. When they don't need you anymore? You believe that? Especially after 40-year history? He's saying, no, they got to get rid. That's why they don't need you anymore. That's what you read for the Civil War was about. It wasn't about freeing you as a slave. That's a total lie. It's about economic competition. I'm not going into details about that, brothers and sisters, but the point is that he's told you, he says, Trump is trying to incite a race war. I told you that weeks ago. Because everything is planned. Now they got to get you to be upset. I'm saying, this is a couple of things. It's against the Constitution, and they said it. They actually said it. The governor in California said it, the mayor in D.C. said it. It's against the Constitution to use American troops, American citizens, not to my immigrants, citizens, American soil. It's against the Constitution. But Trump's doing it, and nobody said a damn thing. So that's what he get ready to do in D.C. That's what he did over in California, a week or so ago. So what America says they're going to use the military on? White ones? No, that's his base. They plan on setting the stage. They can't rely on the National Guard or police because every state, they got to go through the state, all that stuff. No, they need to have one organized, focused group under one command to come after you. So nobody said, well, I'm in this state, I ain't doing. No, that's why I got it. Right, activate military system and on American citizens. That's you. See? And the other thing, okay, why are they building all these detention centers? You know what these detention centers are? They check them out. See, you don't want this knowledge because knowledge makes you have to stop watching NFL, all that stuff, and start preparing for what's about to happen. You don't want to do that. You still don't want to go tell people, oh man, you believe that bullshit. See, now you don't be. But what you gonna say when they both of you on the dinner table? Turn you into devil shit. The purpose of a detention center is when they catch immigrants, they put them in there, and so until they get their day in court, and then they deport them. But come to happen, he got past that step. They can just deport you. So what they building detention centers for? They're building a big one here in Florida and really, really big one in Texas. Why? To put you in them. Because they don't need them anymore. Especially Texas and Florida. All you got to do is take, if you got them, why stop in a detention center? Waste money there. Just keep take it across the border. They just built for you. Do a test run. And immigrants, right, they gather them up and everything else. That's just to get everybody, exercise everybody used to, the military, they're used to doing that. So they got to practice, they got to, right, they got to train to come and sweep your ass up. And then you say, oh, and then the genocide, right? Why do you think that's going on? There's a lot of stuff going over there with all the flack and everything they taking. They ain't taking from the media here. The media is quiet. Why is the media quiet? Why they killing women and children in a massive state over here? Like it's genocide like you've never seen before. In this century, as open, and the media hardly says anything about it on here. Because hey, ain't nothing happening to those niggas. But man, why? It's a test run. See how people gonna react. Get people ready for it. Desensitized to it. Because they plan to get rid of us. It's all a setup. Ghana, all got the Palestinians. They hate us more than hate them. And who's killing them over there? Not the Israelis, so-called Israelis, America. Okay, you sit out there, and here you are. You're a mass murderer, right? You killing people, you shooting people, but you're doing it with my gun and my ammunition I give you. If I don't give you a gun and my ammunition, you can't do a damn thing, can you? So who's killing them? Who's killing them? Without America, they couldn't do it. Without America's support, cover them in the UN. Oh, they ain't genocide, and they leave them alone. They cover them. So who's really doing it? Because they could stop it in a heartbeat. It's always exercise preparing. That's what the trap is already set. It's already set. Just you gotta pull the trigger. Master Muhammad going to intervene, but the trap's already set. Get rid of you. He said he's trying to. Okay? So you gotta have fight, get you, because how to get you upset? He said, the man said, that's Trump's idea is start, what he said, race riot? Is that what word he used? Remember they say we're going to get Obama? How many blacks will get upset because they come after Obama? And now they're attacking D.C., another black, one of the most black cities in America. Then they got a black woman, she's a mayor. And it was getting back to the rage. So then they say, see, they're rioting. Now it's send the military in on them. You don't see it coming. Why? Because you sleep and then you want to stay asleep. I don't know, man. I told something to my brother at the gym, right? I dropped Luke. I don't get into that kind of stuff, right? But he's always going to talk to me and stuff, so I told him, I said, hey, brother, what's going to break out over there, man? You better, Jesus take care of me, man. Whatever God's will is. Okay? He won't be saying that when the shit hit the fan. And so this message here, and it's a beautiful message. Why is it beautiful? Because it's going to save your life. It don't cost you anything. You ain't got to follow nobody. You ain't got to give any money. All you got to do is wake up and get prepared to get the hell out of here. For the reward that you deserve, you already earned. And you don't want it. I mean, how can you want that? So, oh, well, again, emotional level. Lose friends, man. Lose my job, man, or lose my car, man. Or said those who seek to give their lives will save it. Those who seek to save their lives will lose it. Or give their lives this message will save it. Those who seek save their lives will lose it. Okay. So, well, okay, let's look at this division thing. Now, see, they tell you Jesus, oh, he going to do all this great stuff, right? What is that? This is the Son of Man. That's what he said. This is what he's saying. He ain't come to save you. I have come to send fire on the earth. Now, people don't understand the angel, what that means. That's the four winds. That's fire. That's when your resurrection will take place when the fire comes. But you don't understand that. And what will I if I be already killed? But he can't wait. But I had to be baptized. I mean, he's very distressed. He's very distressed. Wait for this to happen. It hasn't happened yet. He come to do this. But right now he's going through a stressful period. Right? You understand that baptism mean? I know you don't, I'm not going to go into that, but it's a situation that's very trying. Right? See, and I'm not coming to bring peace. I'm going to bring fire. And I can't wait to do it, right? But look, for henceforth there will be 5 in one house, and 3 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. Father divided against son, son against the father, mother against daughter, daughter against the mother, mother-in-law against the mother-in-law, and daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. So what does that mean? And said from this point, right? Now, from what point? See, this stuff not supposed to happen until after 2019. Okay? That's when the fire is supposed to come. That's the judgment. Judgment will come after 2019. The fire represents the judgment, right? Look at this. Let's say angel key. This is angel key here, right? So here's the daughter. Here's the mother, here's the father, here's the son. Here's the daughter-in-law. Right? That's what it means. So it'd be 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 2 against 3, and 3 against 2. So these are 2 that's against these 3, and these 3 against these 2. But it says, the first thing it says, mother against daughter. Right? Let's go back and look at what he says here. It said son against mother. So first it says son against father and mother against daughter. In that sequence. Okay. So it'd be this against this. Right? So this is Britain and this is the EU. Now, I talked about this for years ago. Now, remember I said 2020? What happened in 2020? Happened in 2020. I should have printed it. I think I did print it. Oh, gosh, let me see. I think I did print it. Let's see. No, I didn't. I guess I didn't. Okay. Make sure I printed somewhere. I just forgot. Okay. January 2020. You heard of Brexit? That's needs separated. They went against each other, separated. There used to be one part of Brexit. That's needs 2020, right on time. 2020, January 2020. That's what said this would happen. This would, right? This would precede. This would start happening. See what it says here? Previous. From henceforth, remember, So he's waiting baptism, so it ain't happened yet because he still got baptism to go. So this is happening right now, from this point, from henceforth, right? Okay. All right. And then what happened here? 2 years later, right? Let me get that one right. February 2022, conflict between mother and daughter began. Now, I didn't just make this up. I've been saying for years. I had this set up over 20 some years ago, right? I got videos out to prove it, right? Okay. So those things right on time. So the other thing has happened is that mother that's gone. Before this happens, no, let me see. No, hold on. Let me go on. Then this will happen. Mother-in-law gets. So what's going to happen very soon? Very soon. Okay, let me put it this way. Remember he said they want the war going to resume. He said he think they resume this month. I think it's a pretty good guess. I can't say exactly. I know it happened. All these things happen between now and December. When Mass around me, it was a specific date. If I knew the specific date, I couldn't tell you. Because remember, to tell you is to tell the devils, and they said the devil knew the hour how he broke into it, prevented. So they ain't stupid. So some of the things I'm giving in general, but you still get the whole picture, just not the detail that they can do anything with. But anyway, this was about to happen. This war will resume. See, I tell you, when this going to resume, right? America and Britain will be kicked out of the Middle East. Back up here. So where we are right now. This is about to happen. Let me back up here for a minute. See, I know you probably missed this. Remember? These are against each other. That means they're separated. That's why I tell you, this against this against this. They separated. If they was like this, they'd be together. No, they're against each other. So it's telling you this is a situation he's talking from. Okay? Okay. So the war, heaven, they get thrown out of the Middle East. This is mid-heaven, thrown out, right? Okay. And once that happens, false Israel is surrounded, and they attack. That's mother against daughter-in-law, daughter against mother-in-law. Let's just start attacking all black folks. Why? Because false Israel is isolated now, and that false vision is gone. So now the true vision start uniting. That's another story. I'm just pointing out here. That's where we are right now. And this was about to happen. This is still going on. They still divided, right? And here is the war of Armageddon, because when it attacks blacks, also is going to be at a war with Europe and Russia. I'm not going to. If you want to know the details, well, since I have a presentation explains in detail, I'm just giving you a general picture. Okay. Let's go over here. Now, when that happens, the fate of Israel, false Israel, I put it spelled this way, false Israel. Real.
5. Thus saith the Lord God, this is Jerusalem, I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her. And she hath changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nation. 5. Thus saith the Lord God, this is Jerusalem, I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her. And she hath changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nations, and my statutes more than the countries that are round about her, for they have refused my judgments and my statutes, they have not walked in them. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, because ye have multiplied more than the nations that are round about you, and have not walked in my statutes, neither have kept my judgments, neither have done according to the judgments of the nations that are round about you, therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, I, even I, am against thee, and will execute judgments in the midst of thee in the sight of the nations. And I will do in thee that which I have not done, and whereunto I will not do any more the like, because of all thine abominations. Therefore the fathers shall eat the sons in the midst of thee, and the sons shall eat their fathers, and I will execute judgments in thee, and the whole remnant of thee will I scatter into all the winds. Wherefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, surely, because thou hast defiled my sanctuary with all thy detestable things, and with all thine abominations, therefore will I also diminish thee, neither shall mine eye spare, neither will I have any pity.
Now, what's this about, brothers and sisters? This is what the thing I'm trying to tell you is the trap is set, but it's part of it. Because they're talking about false Israel there. That's about to happen to them. Now, if you read it carefully, see, they try to make you think, right, talking about us. No. It's nations around about, there's no nation around about us. Right? It's about them. They got all those Arab nations around them, and it says, okay, you have not walked my statutes. In other words, you ain't obeying so-called Jewish law, right? And more than because you multiply more than nations that are round about you, have not walked in my statutes, neither have kept my judgments. They have done according to the judgment of nations that are round about you. You don't even follow Islamic law. Right? Thus said, Lord, behold, I am against thee, execute judgment in the midst of thee, inside of nations. Right? See, judgment comes on them, not us. God said he would judge that nation. But see, they're talking about false Israel and America. God, I told you, they may be pulling the trigger, but America's supplying the guns and the bullets. So they're both guilty. And tell you what their end is going to be, and this is going to happen suddenly. It says it'll come in one day, Babylon, and them too. It says they will not escape. I will do thee which I have not done before. And it says that's them. Also America said I would do a strange thing. I will do to thee which I have not done, wherefore I will not do any more the like. I was precedented. Cause thine abominations. Therefore the father shall eat the sons in the midst of thee, the sons eat the father, not execute judgment in thee. Right? Cannibalism. All eat the sons eat the fathers. Now they see what I told you, they writing on obituary over there. They starving the people. Women and children dying, starvation carrying on. Right? What you see here is going to be happening next few days, bro. It says not this year. This year, within the next 6 days, I would imagine. This year. Happen here and there, false Israel. False Israel will be taken under siege. If you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, his destruction is nigh. Wait a minute, hold it. See, it's clear what they say, but that's not what they're telling you. They say, well, when Israel's surrounded, then they're going to repent, Jesus is going to save them. That ain't what it says here. They said, when you see them trying armies, their destruction is near. But you don't read it, because if you read it, you say, wait a minute, that means that must be us, but then that means responsibility comes with that. It means, you don't want that on your mind, because that means you have to react to it. So, It was telling you. But if you hear, and Farrakhan, see, Farrakhan said you ain't going nowhere, right? So if you say that that's happening here, right, and you're going to still be here, according to Farrakhan, we're going nowhere, how's that going to affect you? If we're so hungry eating each other, and they ain't going to bother you, you 3/5 human, none of this doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I just wanted to point out this, brothers and sisters. That's that future. Palestinians go destroy them, turn back on them like they did with an obituary, and it says they're executed in the midst of all the nations. And it says, I will do it. I will execute judgment in the midst, in the sight of the nations. In sight of the nations. That means everybody's going to see it. The drone's over. While you starving, no food be allowed in, no water be allowed in. Just what you're doing to Palestinians. And the whole world gonna see you eating each other. Amongst other things.
But when ye shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by standing where it ought not, let him But when ye shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let him that readeth understand, then let them that be in Judea flee to the mountains, and let him that is on the housetop not go down into the house, neither enter therein, to take anything out of his house, and let him that is in the field not turn back again for to take up his garment. But woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. And pray ye that your flight be not in the winter. For in those days shall be affliction, such as was not from the beginning of the creation which God created unto this time, neither shall be. And except that the Lord had shortened those days, no flesh should be saved, but for the elect's sake, whom he hath chosen, he hath shortened the days. And then if any man shall say to you, Lo, here is Christ, or, Lo, he is there, believe him not, for false Christs and false prophets shall rise, and shall shew signs and wonders, to seduce, if it were possible, even the elect. But take ye heed, behold, I have foretold you all things.
You pay attention, it tells you to flee immediately. You can't go back in your house. What if you got a baby in your house? You can't go and get him. So your spouse in the house, you can't go get him. It means you're going to flee in a panic mode. This is America and false Israel. You got to flee immediately. Flee immediately. Don't go back in. They actually say flee. Immediately. So what we have, that means the trap's already set. Already set. Otherwise, they'd have to come after you. You have time to go in the house, get your baby, whatever. You ain't got time for anything. That's how the trap already set, so sudden. But you ain't. Who's telling you about this? Nobody. You haven't never heard about this before. Let's talk about you. And why you got to flee? Because they're after you. Get rid of you. If they're in horror and shock. So you can't go. Because if you go back and get your baby, both of you die. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got time to think. So that's another way of telling you the trap is already set. It ain't sprung.
And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck, in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
Tell you, brothers. See, Jerusalem comes by armies. Know that this desolation is nigh. They're going to be destroyed. It means that you must be true to Abraham then. That you must flee at a time. Because when that sign goes down, that means you know that you're true to Abraham, and they know it. And that's time for you to unite. And that was their greatest fear, you unite. We'll talk about that a little more later.
One. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, shewing himself that he is God. Remember ye not, that, when I was yet with you, I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him, whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
The brother says that's the son of perdition they're talking about. That's FARRAKHAN. He sat in Elijah's seat. Temple of God. Well, it's not a church, not a synagogue, not a masjid, right? Not a mosque. It's a temple. It's led by God, Master Muhammad. He sat in his seat in Elijah's absence. He's trying to convince you that falling away comes after, not first. Because he claimed, since he's exposed the synagogue of Satan, now they've fallen away. And the man said, don't be deceived by that. So you can't be deceived. It's the falling away come first. Because falling away was the nation of Islam that they destroyed, threw it in the garbage. It started called the rebellions. Then when that failed, then he came and said, I can exploit these niggas. And he came back to so-called to the NOI. And been exploiting ever since. He's a multimillionaire, so is his dumbass son. He don't have all anything. You know. That's all about, brothers and sisters. It says those are perishing because they love not the truth. I told you, I showed all kinds of points. They don't want to hear because that means responsibility. So he said, give them strong delusions, Scientology and everything else. Hey, more delusions. You want delusions? I give you more of them. We're not begging you to come here. We even ask you to come here. We're just giving information. Decide whether you want to be here or not. Want your money, anything from you. You understand, brothers and sisters? We'll close out in a minute. Let's look at this real quick. See it, brothers and sisters? Why is black in America highest blood pressure? Well, that's their groups, because we're not supposed to be here. We're under pressure of their persecution. Because we ain't going nowhere. We need to go somewhere. We need to away from here. Not happy. And our blood pressure, high blood pressure. Everyone else, because we shouldn't be here. Leave that alone, brothers. Let's move on. Close out in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna let them play, brothers and sisters. As I explained, brothers and sisters, we're in submission. It takes energy to maintain that submission, maintain us under submission to them. Right? So what I'm showing here in a graphical way, situation. So you see America's hitting us constantly, right? For us to keep us in submission. And apparently that's enough. That's how much it takes. Right? There's no idea to keep us in submission. 1619, 2019, our cosmic data, and then we're taking all this here. We're not retaliating. And brothers and sisters, if we're submitting, persecuting us, how much energy it takes, it does, how much energy it takes to do it. 400 years. So you see 100 pounds, I'm just showing you, that's not the exact numbers, I was trying to get an idea. 100 pounds is how much stress they can handle. So they may have the plastic. They can handle as much as iron or steel. 99 said we can handle up to 990 pounds of stress. Okay? Understand that. So here's 99, that's how much stress we can take. But it takes almost everybody gets 1,000 pounds a day. So it takes all the energy to maintain ourselves. It'll take much to maintain this one. So you got $9 disposable. You got $10 disposable. And here represents the structure again. Represents structure. Okay. See, Brown says this is over the 400-year period. And we're submitting. So every action has opposite reaction. So instead of retaliating, we're absorbing the force. Absorbing means we have it within us. Right? But we can retaliate, we just don't. It's building up. They have just once a week or once a month or something, right? So keep on doing it. Here, brothers and sisters, force something. Built 900 pounds of force. We absorbed 90 pounds of force. For a period of time, kept hitting us, kept building up. And 90 pounds is enough. Because they can only have 100 pounds. They can only, their structure can only handle 100 pounds. We just put up 90 pounds. Let me go over this again, bro. Just hope you understand. You punch me, punch back. Punch me, I punch back. That's consequence. Punch me today, punch you back today. Every day, punch back. If you punch me today, I don't hit you back. All week, end of the week, I got stored up all that damage you've been hitting me with, all that's force. Right? It's anger, whatever you want to call it, still force directed at you. See, that's why Christianity, oh, no, it don't work that way. Just forgive. See, they tell you to keep taking it. But it don't go away just because you say, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to forgive you. It doesn't go away. They try to tell you that because they want you to keep on taking it. So long as you keep taking it, there's no consequence they have to worry about because you keep taking it. So we're told to submit, so we submitted, right? But now we're dangerous now because we got enough force to really do a lot of damage. So you got to say, okay, remember, we submit. For whatever reason, we're in submission. But now, like I could take up to 990 pounds, but now, hey, I'm getting, right? I'm submitting this, and now I'm ready to retaliate, man. I'm tired of submitting, right? I can hit you back with 990 pounds, right? And he said, but they do that. Remember, they might unite and fight against us because they're monitoring us. I didn't read that part. That's what it says. It said they're monitoring us. And that was their worry that we might retaliate against them. So I said, oh, we got to keep them, because we can't stop consequence. The only way we can do this, we can change the quality of it by getting rid of them if that's possible. Right? But that's not possible. I never talked about that one before. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Get rid of them or convince them to just keep taking it. Because judgment is due. They owe us that much. They owe 90 pounds of force. They owe us. They owe that to us. We've been hitting them now, dude. So that's what's in FARRAKHAN in there. It's all about reconciliation. We can't do anything done to us. We don't have devils anymore. We're going to stay here in America. If America is in trouble, we fight for save America. You see what I'm saying? Reconciliation. Devils ain't devils anymore. America's going to be healed. You're going to repent. Just keep us. Because after Elijah, we start break loose that mold. Who's the ones that was dangerous? The ones that, let's say Elijah. The other black was out there, they were still dormant. Right? So he had to send somebody, the ones that was free, they about to let loose. You know, listen, man, we got enough power now, man. Let's see. So Pharaoh had to come and neutralize that. See? Because, I don't want to, okay, I might get into it. Okay, somebody's beating you. Remember, it's a force. See, we're not thinking about force. We're thinking all this stuff. We understand force and stuff. Every action has an opposite reaction, and that's a useful law. It's never changed. It never will change. It never can change. Somebody forgive you. That means they don't retaliate, but that means you're still going to get the consequence some other kind of way. We'll get the consequences. Yeah, they're just going to do it. So they say, I won't do it, but it's still going to happen. You can't get away from that, brothers and sisters. So, but if somebody beating you, so now you build all that frustration, all that anger and everything, you want to retaliate. But then you slip and fall and get amnesia. So now you still got all that in you. But you don't know how to focus it. Because you're not going to be happy long as it's in you. Because you're angry, you're mad, man, maybe you got a broken arm, and all this stuff, the damage that's done to you. But now you don't know how to retaliate. Because you got amnesia. So now you may be out here just beating people up, shooting people, cutting. Because you're angry, and you don't know why you're angry. You're just angry, because you're getting that frustration off of you. Because that force can not going to just lay there dormant. Okay? Just like it's not laying dormant us. That's what we're reacting. Because we're absorbing all this stuff. But what are we absorbing? The quality of them. It's coming from them. So they're making us more and more. If you got a clay, you put force on it, you're making the force, what you molding it, you're adding force to it. You're getting a certain quality to where you make it like you want it to be. So their forces transform us. They force us in this condition. They use force against like we are right now. But that's against our nature. So we resist. We say, no, don't, just submit. So it's building up. So like the man got amnesia. Okay, now he wants to get back, but he don't know how to get back to. He knows he's upset. He hate people. Now, he hate what happened to him, but he don't know who to direct it to, so he hate everybody now. So he don't call it mission. What's all that about? Or he just hold it in. And that's what FARRAKHAN come to do. See? Because how would you do that? The most effective way to do it is destroy the memory. The memory of it. You still feel it, but you don't know the memory, so you don't know to get revenge. You think that's just who you are. Maybe. But destroy the memory of it. So even if you remember, you don't know who to retaliate against. And that's what Scientology is all about. Taking the memory out of all the shit that happened to you. You see, this is not no joke, Bones. This is exactly what he's sent them to do. Save them. Because he saved them, he saved himself too, because he wanted them. Take the memory away. So now they got this force, they built for. They won't come against. They won't come against us. We got to set Farrakhan there. See. Now when I was talking about getting rid of us, remember it would take 990 pounds of force to get rid of us. They don't have that. They have 900 pounds at the worst situation. They have to focus all of it. They have to everything they got. They have to focus us. They still couldn't get rid of us because all they can muster is 900 pounds. That's all they can muster, and we take 990. So they kill a lot of us, but still we still have some left because they can't get. You understand? They'd have to apply 190. We can withstand 990 pounds of force. They can't destroy us. We can destroy them. Okay? That's what he said. That's Scientology, auditing. Because the problem is their memory. Remember? Well, you're unhappy because of all your bad memories. No, that's bullshit. But that's what he's saying. And that's what he's telling them. So he got that. So now they're the problem. Their memory's the problem. Let's keep going around, sister. There you see, Suleiman comes. Start hitting him. But the Lord consumed with spirit of his mouth, destroyed the brains that was coming. He just tapped him. Because he's revenging. There's reason on to retaliate. But he can't now. He was bend it. But I ain't tolerant. So he made attack him. Get him out the way. Instead, we take 35 years, constant hitting, to break that wall down, this pull him back. But we still take him. Because said Farrakhan wasn't there. We got rid of him a long time ago, see, because we lived 140 pounds. It only takes 100 to get rid of him. We had to be united. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Have enough, we have to be united. We keep us disunited. Him, all those other clowns out there. And turn our hearts back to our slave master. Give them memory. Let's erase the memory of what they did to her. And they got active programs in schools and everything else with Trump and everything else. Change history. They don't want us to retaliate, and we can. That's just as consequence. Nothing they can do to stop us. They may have beaten itself. They had a bad mind and beating itself. As long as they're beating itself, they ain't beating us. We got force against themselves. So I keep banging them. 180. Still restrained. 180, 100. Still restrained. And 90. Mine takes down Farrakhan. Breakthrough. His message angel, day after day after day. The truth on him. Take him out. Nothing holding him back anymore. Mind bull crap. Syndology. Now, bam. Destroys them. That's wisdom. That's how lower pressure overcomes higher pressure. By submitting and storing it up, storing it up, storing it up. By storing that up, submit. That's why I told us, store it up, and eventually you have enough power to overcome them. Otherwise, it was a 12,000 year period. I'm not going into that kind of detail, brothers and sisters. I'm just giving you an overview. Storing little bits of information out there, brothers and sisters. Right? It's just so much. I think I'm going to close it there, brothers and sisters. See who else here. Stranger. Okay, let me go with this. And the problem here, brothers and sisters, here, energy deprivation. Wow. Yeah. See, I did this because, see, you there, it's really a 12,000 year period. Yaku had 6,000. We had to cut it short because we couldn't let them rule another 6,000 years. It was just too bad. It's just too terrible. So at the bottom of it, we was on the bottom. That's in the 1860s. It was totally wasted. Lost everything. Our name, our religion, it was totally messed up. So-called Civil War. Civil War wasn't fought to free us. That's a lie. I'm not going into details about that, brothers and sisters, but the point is, look at yesterday. I talked about it yesterday. But we say, Elijah just said someone will come after him. See, I was there in 1775. A lot of things he said wasn't in the message of the black man, not how you live, how you follow America and Savior has arrived. Anyway, because he said Master Muhammad is a made God. He said that the original God is more powerful than him. I don't think you read that anywhere. You have you. At any rate, we take rule from them and give it to Master Muhammad. It's a derivative of God. Because he's original, but he doesn't. But he's more powerful than us because he's original. But he got a Lambo. He got a Volkswagen Beetle body, so he doesn't need much energy. So he has much energy to rule. Okay? So he rules the next 6,000 years. Then we get back to Shabbat Shabbat. So now we're coming up out of it. But the thing is, if they can keep us. Keep holding in. As long as we hold in, don't retaliate, they can keep ruling. So no. That's why I use that wisdom to say, let's store it up so we can destroy them in 6,000 years. So they won't be around to plague us for another 6,000 years. I don't know if you understand that or not, brothers and sisters. That's the wisdom. He was there to keep them from retaliating. Scientology, all that, your mind. You're clear. Just don't retaliate. It's your mind, it's not them. So you don't want to talk about what the devils did and all that kind of stuff. It's us. You're sinful, you're wicked. People want brothers and sisters. There's so much talk about bonuses. I said I just do a real general one today, and I don't think I'm gonna do it again because it's just so much to talk about, and if you're taking focus on each subject, if you do one subject at a time, right, then you'd be weeks. So many subjects, and you try to cover them all, but then, man, you can't do it all in a couple of hours. And I'm by myself, right? But anyway, the bottom line I want to tell you here, brothers and sisters, I'm just trying to wrap this up. You're under attack right now. Mental attack. But it's about to turn physical. Because false Israel. Let me see if I have that here. Yeah, I do. Watch this. See here? They put that sign up in 1948 because Elijah Muhammad was giving you a vision. Without a vision perish. We didn't have a vision. We didn't know who we were. We didn't know anything. Marcus Garvey tried to give us some kind of a vision, right? Maybe knew what we were, but we didn't have a vision as a people. It was perishing. Master Muhammad came and started supplying us with a vision. Elijah Muhammad carried it forward. And then what happened? It started uniting us because remember, our unity destroyed them. We martyred them. And we've been smitten 40 years. So we built all that pent up because wrath is pent up energy. Wrath is, you understand? Wrath is pent up energy. Someone hit you, hit it back. That's retaliation. That's not wrath. Wrath is something else. That's right. I mean, wrath, you don't look at wrath like you can be angry, but wrath is like it's pent up energy, pent up force. Their wrath has come. So how much pent up force? I tell you, force it don't just disappear. FARRAKHAN trying to make it disappear, so it's all in your mind. That will make it disappear. Now you just don't know how to retaliate, but now you still got it inside you. Now you got diabetes and all this other stuff. You got because you got all this frustration inside of you. I got high blood pressure. All this stuff. You see what I'm saying? So devil wrath has come. So we've been building this up 40 years. Submitting. Now it's time to let go. 2020 been time that 400 years over. FARRAKHAN did to make sure, no. Forgive them. They're going to repent, all this stuff. Scientology in your mind. And so, and that was to tell us that we ain't who? We ain't anybody. Because we don't have a vision. You have to have to unite, you have to have a common vision. To unite, you have to have a common vision. But we don't have a common vision. That's why we're not united. We're all over the place. Some call it Buddhists, some call us Hindus, some call it Baptist, some call it evangelist, some call us Presbyterian, right? And whatever. All over the place. But we have one vision, the Abrahamic covenant. Everybody, then we unite around that vision. But so we don't have that vision because they say, hey, that vision in the Bible, they're talking about them. You know, so we support them and everything else. Maybe we're not go to heaven, or I already talked about that, right? So what happens? That's what the Master Promise is going to do. See, he's going to do this, give you a vision. I'm here to give your mind back. So you be united. It's two phases to this. That's what this war is about to do. What he's going to do. What Master Thomas is going to do. Boom. False Israel goes down. False Israel is there to keep us from happening. So when that happens, they know what it means. That means we're going to unite. If we got enough power, our unity will destroy them. That's when they attack us. You see false Israel going down. Attack us. Because now our vision is, we're going to start having this vision. Unity. You understand, brothers and sisters? It's in a nutshell. Right now, they don't want us to unite. Travis already said. We're all over the place because we don't have a common vision. Because false Israel's up there, they say they choose Abraham, and we mourning for them, and they're carrying on. They closed in on us because they don't need us for, I talk about AI, all that stuff, right? But they got to close on us before we unite. They closed in on us. They haven't pulled the trigger yet. Then Master Muhammad, he takes, because he got to do it just before they attack. Otherwise, it was the point of telling us to flee. Oh, and we said it happened. Master Suleiman comes. What's happening? So they can give them their mind back, and they tell everybody, hey, this gospel preached in all the world, then it will come. So everybody know to flee. And then bam. As it was going, they attack us. But now everybody knows about fleeing. Come on, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. Well, you can look at this real quick. Google it. Non-Hispanic black adults had the highest prevalence of high blood pressure, hypertension compared to other racial and ethnic groups here in America. Why? We got the best genes and everything else. Because we shouldn't be here. It's against us. The stress of being here. It's killing us. I say we ain't going nowhere because he needs to stay here because you're making him rich. He can't go to hereafter. So that's why he's against it. He's against the Abrahamic covenant because he's not a seed of Abraham. It's not for him. You know, once we rise, they destroy it. So he got to just imagine if you could pass as white, and somehow you got control of KKK. They thought you was white. What would you do? We shouldn't call them niggers no more because it's bad public relations. Yeah. Let's have a better attitude towards them. This is created about color. It's about those that's patriotic to America. Get it, brothers and sisters? Those ain't niggas, niggas ain't niggas anymore, man. Don't call them no more because that's bad publicity. Bad strategy. We understand, brothers and sisters. We got to get the hell out of here. It's killing us. I got high blood pressure. I do everything right. That's what I'm like, brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. History.
1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our
History of the cross. Known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorized people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. the enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
flag and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. When there was an agreement made, a former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And you know, we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what FARRAKHAN told them. You know, they was listening to FARRAKHAN. FARRAKHAN promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, FARRAKHAN. They're so happy. Thank you, FARRAKHAN. Thank you, FARRAKHAN. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, FARRAKHAN. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan, right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. You got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states, right? So, and now they have big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education or whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked and the farmers wasn't doing it. Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Now you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They you know, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing you for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, tell him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it, they tell all the people, and you know, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. I want a bunch of, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using a different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't have to do anything because FARRAKHAN didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw at your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRAKHAN. Maybe call it travel land. FARRAKHAN. Named after FARRAKHAN. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone? You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you? Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, sitting on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times $1 million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You going to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, told you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those. Wow, they came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no, he refused. That's what, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.